Alright, welcome back everyone. We'll begin starting in just a few minutes here. First, like always, a quick ad, then we get started, so I'll see everyone in just a few moments here. Alright, begin starting in just a second here. As soon as I go ahead and activate this, there we go, and pull this down. And here we are. Welcome back everyone. We'll be continuing a bit of blueprints today, exploring the manor. Maybe finding our way through it, who knows? We'll see if we can figure out what hints our great uncle left for us. What puzzles await. Maybe I can raise the radiation levels just a tad bit. You know, make use of that bunker we got. Alright. Well, first things first. What rooms do we have? I will take a hallway. That's actually a pretty good start already. Take a chapel here. Why not? And okay, so we're gonna take the storeroom here for the reasoning of we're not going to be getting any extra rooms, so I may as well take the resources. let's also go ahead, before we get too far in here, let's go, visit our bunker. Or whatever it ends up being today. See if maybe we can find something new even. I need to be keeping an eye out. We did find a dirt patch out here, I think, last time, didn't we? Okay, let's go with the hovel. We'll try this out again. Ooh. Kind of pointless to me, actually. We did just kind of get rid of... Oh. I was gonna say, we did just get rid of the need for gems, but... Yeah, apparently we just turned on the gas that we didn't notice last time. Also, welcome in, Nealon. How you doing? Make sure I'm not missing anything else in here, because... missing that's, feels like it's pretty big. Also, thinking about it, that means I need to keep an eye out for gas switches like that around the rest of the house. Looks like we got everything other than this. Can't grab this. No shovel to use, sadly. Somehow there wasn't a shovel in the hovel. Groundskeeper really likes misplacing his tools there. Okay, that was over here, right? Let me just see if I can see it from down here so I don't use the steps. Also. For luck. Toss a coin in. Yeah, it was. Okay. Alright, we'll go down there and check at the end of the day. If I have any steps left. And see what that's doing. Let's definitely keep an eye out for some gas piping here. Hey, Boom. How's it going? Let's see. This early is good. Possibly. You know, actually, I haven't even spawned this room yet, now that I think about it. Funny enough, I just found something I didn't notice yesterday, and activated it, and now we have one of the torches out in the yard lit. Which lets me know I need to keep an eye out for gas veins. Or like the gas piping and that to activate here. Oh, our favorite book. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a crown made of rubies and a castle made of stone. The prince had love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. Could not stand the sight. A canary or a crow, he could not stand the white of the fret of a swan in the snow. He looked up, and he never looked up For fear of the view, he heard that the sky was not a red hue. Sorry, I'm having to like look around the camera here. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside where the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book he had? Or which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy when he was sad? A story to be read in the bath and the bed, and you can guess with all the clues that we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red. And he looked like our prince from toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you. In fact, in the same room. Story about you, if it is to be said. About a red prince and his book. The book we just read. Okay, so he didn't see that before. You know, a little bit of story time there. Yeah, we're definitely in for it seems like a treat. You know, maybe I'll do a little bit better this time of finding puzzles. You know, finding hints, finding clues. Because, I mean, it's a good sign if I found something new, you know, within a few minutes actually loading stuff up. Man. Really got the fairy tale, theme going with the Mother Goose there. I don't see anything else in here. Alright, if we did the guest bedroom, that would lock me out here. So let's do the observatory. It's already aligned. So why not, you know, summon the twins? So have you gone to play any more of Peak, by the way? Kaboom? Aww. That game looks like it's a lot of fun to mess with. I mean, those kind of it reminds me of some old school party games, actually. With how it's very simple, but very much fun. Okay, so the bedroom does not work. None of these work here. But I can spawn the bedroom and get some extra steps back. So even though we're locked out of it, ooh. Hmm. Well, that's a great find. But yeah, it definitely seems like a lot of fun and a lot of fun to mess with people in too. There we go. Get the bonuses there. I don't know if the nursery counts as a bedroom, so we'll leave it. Doesn't have the word bedroom in it. Okay, so these are locked, so I will need keys. Let's go through the chapel. Pay the toll. You know, offer up a prayer. and continue on to the next. Well, if I'm going to be taking a room here, I might as well take the den. I feel like I have a better chance for stuff in the den here. And who knows, it may be important to have more of the unique rooms like this. Hey, Hardy. Not gonna lie, that did get me. I'm just very much observing everything now that I figured out, uh, like, anywhere with potential fire could, be a potential room for product. Really? Have I seriously been screwed over this badly already? Well, I hope the tiny progress I've made carries over. Well then, um, spawn the commissary, look for something new? Let's see, magnifying glass. I could get the magnifying glass. Look in the trash here. You know, right before we... with basically all of our steps just because of some very bad luck. I feel like. Because I got nothing that would actually have sent us up here. In these spots. Alright. Sure, the guest bedroom. Why not? What would we have gotten but a humble gem? Man, why does it gotta be when I get the good stuff? The house just, locks me out saying you go no further. The run-in's here. Can't tip over the pawn. I guess I should look in this room real quick. And see just a little bit more. There's gotta be something that that follows the numbers here. Anything scratched in the walls, maybe? No, it's a nice place, but who knows? Anything on the pews? No? You know, I want my coin back from the well here. I tossed one in for good luck at the beginning. Clearly, there was no luck to be had. Give me the coin back. Well, let's just go see what we unlocked here. If anything. So there are 4 torches I need to light here. Yeah, I did not even notice the piping there before. So the piping here is a yellowish color. Okay. Man, that's such a like, peaceful view. With the sound of rushing water and everything. Much better than in there right now. Now the real question, we found that in the hovel. So does that mean those are outside things, or... You know... Is it something else? Also, I wanted to check something right here real quick. Because I don't know if you guys can really see it. Can I turn up? Let me see. I guess that could be dirt there. Or just even the shadows displaying weird. Maybe. I was thinking that was like blood or something because of like how it drops here. Like if you guys can really see that. But looking at it with the brightness turned up, it doesn't quite seem that way. I turn the torch. Alright, let's turn this back down. There we go. And we'll call it a day. Because there's nothing else I can do here. I'll just sit here and stew in the dark. Because that was our first 2 rows. We at least found a new room. Or I should say, spawned in a new room. Alright. You know... Oh, I see the camera there. One thing I'm gonna be curious about is what speedruns of this game look like. After I'm through it, or like, after I've completed the game. Because I feel like this is one of those games where it'll be really interesting because it's all puzzle solving. And I'm curious just how much of it is up to chance and how much is actually, like, you can control a lot. Let's take that hallway again. That's still a pretty good option. Give me definitely the den here. And we'll do the corridor here because that'll allow me to get the most distance here. Okay. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and we'll spawn a new building today since we've turned on the gas. Also, this will let me check and see if that's permanent. Can't see from right here, so we'll check it on the way back. But if those fires are permanent, that means that's one of the permanent changes you can do to the place. Which does mean I need to try as many rooms as possible, too. As often as possible, to try and find, or have a better chance? Don't mind me, just checking out the hidden shrine here. I have nothing to offer, sadly. Not yet, at least. A beneficial boon for several days, you say? I think we go ahead and, like, scrounge up as much money as possible and just toss it all in. That sounds like the plan, right? Anything hidden in the statue's mouth, maybe? Nah, it couldn't be. They wouldn't desecrate the shrine like a shrine they built, right? There's definitely something there. That's a wire. I can't tell if it's the cell shading or... but that doesn't quite look right there. And it's got the wire leading up to it. Or at least what looks like a wire, considering how it goes underneath the statue here. For all I know, that could be a vine I'm misinterpreting. Man, if there's one thing this game is really good at, it's making you paranoid about your environment. And what's hidden in plain sight. Oh. Alright, let's go take a look and see if the fire is something that's... It is. Okay. So we have to keep our eyes peeled. For lights we can, you know, turn on. Switches we can flip. Try and light a couple fires down there. I imagine that would probably be the way to open the room. Right? These always give gems. So let's go with the guaranteed key from the Nook here. At least I'm assuming the parlor always gives gems. Though, this would be helpful. Spare room here's probably the best. Before we continue, let's go ahead and we're gonna see what we can spawn here. We'll go with the guest bedroom. Go ahead and get it out of the way. And what do we get here? Oh. Oh. Well, we found our escape plan. We're taking the car and we're leaving. It's worth a lot, right? It's a vintage car. You know, he wanted us to have it. We're just taking it a bit early. Maybe even out for a joyride. So I'll definitely have to spawn the garage over there. Now, the other thing, the garage can only be on that side. Okay, let's do the bedroom here. Because, with how the room is forced to be, like, in the layout, it should only be able to spawn on the west side. I don't know if it's even, like, in a certain rank over there. Like, or a certain distance, like, up on the blueprint here. Like, say, around these two. About 4 and 5. Or what? Anything in the hat? Nope. At least not that I saw. Oh. Alright, well, we have to take one of these two, and I would actually rather take the closet. For the reason of we can get some very nice stuff. Get a key card, which could come in handy if we don't get the security room and a power box early. Anything else? No? Alright. So we've got 2 routes to go. Well, 3 technically. Alright, we'll take the gem. And, you know, I just thought about it. I could have used a key to maybe get a reroll in that other run. Again, my resource hoarding may have come back to bite me. Go figure. That's how it always is, it feels like in games. They really like punishing you for when you hoard resources. Okay, so we'll take the pantry. Not only does it give us some steps back for the fruit, but it gives us some money, which I can go donate to the shrine. I will be taking that secret passage. We'll leave that for a moment to see what we can get here, to see what I might need. I mean, technically, this allows us to progress here, and it gives us a dark room, which clearly I need to repower on. Oh, hey, look. Our keycard's gonna come in handy. I wonder if we need to get a flashlight or a... like, turn on the power for this room. Well, they all have the same rarity. So let's go with this one. I mean... just gonna go ahead. Let's go ahead and do this. I mean, that's pretty convenient. Allows me to check in here now. Oh, hey, look, it's, you know, him with his camera. Right? That's a camera, right? Actually, I should... think we saw that shape in here. Ooh. Was that in here before? Okay, so we got the hint of the orchard here. Has requested yet another print of her ladyship, I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing. As well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photo. He said that the last development was too dark, and to keep an eye on that. Okay. I can't flip this over, can I? No. Yeah, that doesn't look like the other woman in the photo, so I'm guessing that's Miss Baggage going off of the fact she's in front of a terminal. Yeah, so this is the staff. Faces don't look quite the same. Like, it looks like that the one on the right is smiling behind the blur there. Maybe just a or them trying to replicate the photo. There's the camera there. Or are they trying to figure out how to enlarge the photos, maybe? Or even just develop them properly. Because clearly, they weren't the best with that. Oh. That will require the magnifying glass. Okay. So we have an idea of a tool we need to keep. And keep an eye out for. Another camera. Okay. Alright. Well, that's about all I can do, I feel like, in here. We got a broken lever, at least. Let's see. I can still pass through the spare room and the secret passage. It almost looks like a panel where a door could be. We know the broken lever isn't unique to that room, by the way, because we found it before. I'm not falling asleep yet. You guys don't have to worry about that. Just thinking here. Yes, I know you're stuck with the thoughts. Okay, a little. I may have been woken up by the kittens at around, let's see, it was actually midnight, I think. Let's redraw this. Okay, so this is not good here, but I'm gonna spawn it because we turned off the power here, and that lets me test something. Did we lose extra steps there? No. You know what, can I play basketball here? No. Okay. Come on. Alright, we'll take the West Wing. I want to make use of my car keys. I want to take it for a drive. Alright, we'll take the bunk room here. Meet our little hamster friend, who is remarkably well fed for this place being abandoned. Alright, there's the journal. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Aw. Can't take the flashlight. Can't even climb up there. Okay. Well. Good thing I didn't use the key yet. Not that I could. Yeah, we'll use the dining room. So it looks like the garage does spawn in a set place. Now that I look at it. We have nothing here yet, so let's go ahead and... That doesn't get us anywhere. The parlor technically does. And that's locked. Okay. Alright, what's our puzzle here? Blue box is empty, blue box is true. Okay. Well, this one has to... this one has to be false here. Because there's always one false. Yep. Just take it through the box there. You know, phase it through. Okay. Let's go ahead and take this. I should probably do the coat check, because that would allow me to carry over, say, like, these car keys here. Yeah, still don't know if that would be a code there. Nothing on the ceiling? Okay. Yeah, I still need to keep an eye out for the code here, which is kind of why I wanted the dark room. Because I have a feeling if there's gonna be a place that's gonna have a code just, like, hidden, it's gonna be the, you know, in the photos. Okay, let's take the passageway so I don't get a penalty here. Ooh. Don't forget we need to keep an eye out for yellowish pipes. Bit of an odd passageway, by the way, if I do say so. Locked. Thank you for not being locked. Let's go with the storeroom. Get our key here. Get a little bit of everything, in fact. Is this locked here? Hold on. Just in case. What we're gonna do is we're gonna use this over here. In case I can still get the garage. Perfect timing. Okay. So not only can we open that, we can deliver the car keys. The drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights. Small garage on the southern edge of Trimsdale. The goods are already secure and in the trunk, so just unload and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today. But you never know when the cat will want to get some air. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery. And I believe Denny already has payment ready. So someone was sneaking stuff either in or out here. Insert one of the terminals to upgrade one of the floor plans permanently. Okay, so I need a terminal. Also, I'm gonna keep mind of the address here. 14227. Just in case. Anything else in here? We didn't have a terminal back at the hovel. But we may still find one here. I'm just double checking for tools, basically. I think we're good. Nothing in the vise. Also, I would like to point out, those are moonshine jugs. This car is from, like, you know, around that time period. But we have computers. So what time period is this? Floppy disks, so it'd be what, the 70s? Technically at, like, the earliest? I think maybe the 80s? Alright, we have enough keys here. So let's try and get a security room and upgrade a terminal. Okay. Well, ask and ye shall receive. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, we'll just... on. Insert disk. Scanning disk. What do we get? Okay. Storeroom data has been found on this. You will now have the chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgrade floor plans. Okay, one of those is not like the other. One of those is a crap ton of money. Yeah, that's... I feel like a lot better value than the other two. The other two give, you know, 1 extra consumable, but that is 10 times the amount. So if we were to take that to a shop, that would be even more worthwhile. You know, we haven't been to the study yet. "44 letters in the message. Face and ace. Oh, boy. Oh, please don't tell me that's a puzzle. Oh. That's gonna be a long one. I can feel it. Oh, hey, look, another safe. Ew. That's the goal, Hardy. Alright, that was not it. How are you doing today, though? So, face an ace. I don't know if it's possible with so little time left, but I need to remember to ask Anne if we can commission new artwork for all the rooms of the house. We need them produced in sets of 2. Pair for each room. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm thinking. I'm likely delusional to think this can be pulled off by Thursday. So all paintings are set and specific to a room. I'm gonna go ahead and unlock this. Worth it. Okay. So it's a face card. Oh! Hopefully, the sweet revenge was giving her all the old potatoes. So it's just, you know, a matter of time here. Okay. So... Ugh. Of course. So these are all the painting combinations. Let me just take a screenshot of that real quick. For later. So clock and tie. No, that's not right. And the reason that's not right, all the names are 1-letter difference. So what would these two be? Unless those two don't follow the naming convention. For whatever reason. Hopefully the visit went well then, Hardy. You know, other than the loss of potatoes. It's always a sad day. That's why you stockpile them, right? You have a few extra lying around, just on the off chance someone tries to, separate you from the potato. I don't have the keys for the Great Hall, so let's redraw. We have not been to the library. So we'll take this. Ooh. We have a treasure map. Not too far from our position. Books and periodicals requested when this will be pulled and available next time you draft the library. Huh. Let's go with the Sightseer's Guide. Actually, wait, can we? Okay, yeah, we can only select one. Any books I can pull? House directory is a great source of information. Okay. So that's Fan and Flan. Alright. I just thought of what that is. Oh. I hope I don't have to get all 44. It may be asking for what the added letter is for each of the rooms. So this is our statistics here. Man, drafted a lot of red rooms. Same as the bedrooms, actually. Okay. So we can keep track of what we found, kind of. At least a little bit. Hmm. And what do we have here? So we have the photos from earlier, but developed. Okay, named us the heir. Favorite floor plans. The den. Okay, so that's like what we've collected. Hmm. You know, fair enough. We have avoided the coat check quite a bit. I could have taken one earlier, but, well, more important stuff came up. Interesting. So we have the records of a couple of different things still. Man, I cannot stop yawning. uh, I think after stream I'm gonna have to wear out the kitten so I can actually get to sleep longer than like just a couple of hours. I'm surprised Jack's not normally worn out by the time with how much he bounces around, come to think of it. Alright. Let's head back for the garage. Because we can't open this up. Yeah, we have nothing in the storeroom there. I have no clue what the two words there are supposed to be. If even all of those are connected. There is exactly 2 pictures in each one of these. So there probably is, and I'm just not... Yeah, so like this is... So tub and tube. Probably. Right there. Grain and rain, so that's G for the garage. And that makes sense. Let's go ahead and donate to the shrine. And, you know, save 1 coin for luck. Okay. I was checking to see if maybe I could open something there, or, you know, something of that nature. Drink a bit more of the nectar that is coffee. Alright. Alright. There you go, you get 8 coins from me. Blessing of the chef for each different type of spread that you do each day. Add an extra dish to the dining room. Interesting blessing. Take back my gold. Better not. We don't want to get a curse upon us for stealing back the gold. I'm not completely out of what I can do, by the way. We still have the secret passage here. I probably don't have the energy to really make use of it, but we'll see what we can get. Maybe I can get a coat check and save the lever? What items do I have? Okay. I mean, we don't need the car keys necessarily. But it would be nice to keep a hold of. Toss another coin into the deep. How deep does that actually go? Who knows? And let's head for our secret passage now. So it's up, right, up. Bridge and bride would be these. So D here for the den. Could just be the letter matches the room. Maybe. I don't know it'd be there if that's the case, though. So, clock and lock. Green thumbs always benefit us. I have not been to the cloister. Well, with our last couple steps, let's take a look. A lot of dig spots from what I'm noticing. Also, is that one of the statues from the paintings in the church? Alright, let's redraw this. See if I can somehow make use of it here. Just do the maid's chamber. Aww. Alright. Well, there's a conference room. That's locked. Can't even check the last of the notes. Oh, there goes all our energy. We made it quite far, honestly, for how bad of a start that was. And we got a few new things, again. Seeing more and more. Really wish we got a magnifying glass to help us with the dark room. I feel like that would have been a pretty big deal. Because that's the first time I've gone to power it up. Okay, we'll take the normal bedroom. We'll take a closet here. And we'll take the nook. Okay, what's the closet got for me? You know, today's gonna be a good day. We got our lucky rabbit's foot. You know, the bit of luck we tossed the coin in for, it's already starting to pay off. Our luck's, you know, multiplying here. Just like the rabbit whose foot we took. Probably was. Not anymore. Amelia. What are you doing? Huh? Amelia's climbing up on stuff right now. Oh. Let us go pay our respects to the long forgotten. Or at least the long dead, maybe not forgotten yet. Now, should I really be grave robbing? Because it says we get money for each dead end we create. That is clearly a door. Like, that's just a door there. Alright, which torch do I have to pull? Which brick do I have to push in? Because I can see that. Oh! Those are indeed statues. Okay, I need to make a church. Oh, I want to say this one was first. So we'll just go ahead and pull that down. Well, I'm very happy we took this. You know, that's probably how I opened the door, actually. Okay. Time to pay our respects. But only in the event of my death. So here's where it all ends, at least for me. And of all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest. And that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father, his before him, who loved the outdoors even no more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition. And family tradition? Thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. And I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed. Hey, what's the tomato for, Rippy? I'm trying to keep to the atmosphere here. It's kind of hard to see through the tomato splatter on the face. Yeah, and I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another? Keep away. Well, you done it. You blew up the dirt hovel that we're sitting in while reading. Great job. But yeah, to add another page to your father's memories, or your mother's or mine. In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there's no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life at the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak, overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods, and the worldly mountains. And the wild holly that surrounds the trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if by morbid example, this dark crypt makes an impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend, if not break these chains, then I would cherish this tomb more than the oak, and the sycamore and spruce, more than the wondrous woods and the worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all our domain. But have you raised a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this sepulchre as hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be just as effective as they are theatric, and to, in turn, As recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here, within this mausoleum of dreams. And when the day comes to write your own letter to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps, as is tradition. Didn't he want us to break a tradition? Yeah, how you doing, Rippy? You know, you almost brought the ceiling down on us, but not quite. That looks very obviously out of place, and that looks like a doorway. Sadly, it doesn't let me press the obvious button. I guess it could just be, the stone shifting out of place. It could just be, the standard stuff. Alright. Looks like this place is still under construction after all. Okay, that one's a little too obvious. That it's gonna be something there. It's literally got like a little cutout here for an item. A little bit too on the nose there. At least, that's what I have a feeling it will be. Each of our journeys comes to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is a definitive dead end. Or is it? That dead end is written in red. Does that mean it is false that it is a dead end? We know we need the chapel now. So we're gonna definitely grab one if I see one. Otherwise, I'm gonna just try and recall what we had as the numbers. I have no clue because that was yesterday and, today's today. But I will try my best to recall and guess. There's only so many number combinations you can get out of, what was it, 8 statues? Alright. Now let's try and find ourselves a church. It's actually kind of funny thinking about it. The tomb generates money for dead ends. Ooh. Oh, okay. That's nice. But yeah, the tomb makes you money, and the church takes the money. And the puzzles are linked together. Oh, hey, what do you know? Okay, so... Gardener. So, I'm gonna make a quick note for myself here. Go ahead and put this back on. Okay, so I'm just gonna do the letters here for myself to make this quick. But it's G... GC... F... Let's see... We'll say S... for the chimney sweep. M for the maid. And then it's the rider. And then the final one. A for the angel. Also, that cloister does have a statue. Of that right there. I hope I don't need to find the cloister too. Yeah, and then these statues do not represent any of those. Okay, so let's go ahead and see where we're going to be going first. Oh, fine. We'll do a den. Alright. Yeah, I know I'm gonna have to pay some extra money and we're using extra energy, but I want to solve this puzzle already. So let's head back to the tomb of our forefathers and ancestors. And let's see what we find. Wait. Alright. So I did get the gardener correct as the first one. So that is correct. So next one is the chef. Then is the farmer. Then the chimney sweep, which I'm guessing is that one. Yeah, because that's the maid. Who is actually next? Then we have the rider. Actually, you can kind of guess this just from the order. Because we had the rider into the angel. Oh, well, that explains why. How convenient. See, I knew one of the walls would open up. And what kind of bunker are we in? I wonder what direction we're supposed to go. Also, I thought there was an odd lack of graves. This explains it. Alright. Anyone bring a crowbar? We need to, lift the lids. Okay. Just take a picture of that. For safekeeping. That way we don't take Death's map there. They need it to collect our soul when we inevitably get lost down here. And need guided back. Something isn't right here. Is it literally pointing to this? No. What do I need to connect to this? Oh, I just see something. Nope. Okay. Let's go take another look at that map real quick. Alright. So what would this be? Part of the map we don't have yet? I see a BA up at the top. Ooh! Looking at it. Right there. On the bottom right. That is a mine shaft. And there's a mine shaft outside. That's collapsed. Can I get a way to, excavate it here? Maybe that's where this connects to? Okay, that does count as a room. Now, the other thing is that the only door in here. No, no. That can't be. Whatever shall we do? Alright, let me go take a quick look at the mine shaft here and see if I can maybe see something to do. Take the coin for the troubles of guiding us. Also, I hope I don't have to light all these. I hope it's just those 4 over there. And yeah, so that connects to this. So maybe I can find an axe to cut all this down? Oh, I really wish I had found the magnifying glass for the orchard picture, because I'm pretty sure that's how we're gonna get the padlock code. Or at least that's the main way I could. Alright, so we've gone that way. A little. Let's take a quick peek in the bedroom. Hey, look, a free key. Don't mind if I do. Let's go ahead and take the commissary here. I can't, so we're gonna take this. We're gonna take the hallway. Stair and star. So this is an eye, so that doesn't line up with what I was thinking before. Okay. Because I was thinking before the room would match the letter, but clearly that's not the case. Let's go ahead and enter the parlor. And hope there's no spiders. Instead, there was a detective who left his equipment. White box does not have a statement. Well, that's the true one. Gems are in the box with the statement. You know, one has to lie, and this one's blank. It's not lying. There we go. Getting better at figuring out the riddles they give there. Hopefully I don't fail anymore. So, flan and sand. No, I know what it is. Dessert and desert. That's what I'm gonna assume is that. Looks like there's something under the fireplace there. That could just be a pattern though, but seems odd. Seems a little out of place. Corridor. Between the corridor and the spare room, the corridor is better. I feel like... Garage is a dead end. That would leave us with just the den. So let's do the observatory. What do you have for me today? The slice. Okay, so a bit of a slice of life there. You know, a little bit of energy to refill the tank. I wonder what happens when we get all of them. So car and card. So this is D. Courtyard's probably the best one here. Oh, I was kind of hoping for a sledgehammer just to immediately open that with. And I do have 2 keys. I need to not be greedy with them, so yeah, let's do this. Yep. Unlock it. Open it up. Oh, hey, look, the car keys. So important items can be in these. Okay. What do we have this way? Alright, that does lead somewhere, so let's take this. Let's look and see what we got. Oh, I see a sledgehammer. We also see shovels. Which we did have dig spots. I still don't know what the salt shakers are used for. Yeah, so that's a further hint of the letters. Oh, I'll be trying to figure out each room's letter there later. Okay, the pantry at least leads up, but we actually don't need that. We still have the courtyard. Ah, okay. That makes sense, I guess, with the salt shaker. Though I don't know I'd want to add salt to an apple banana. The orange, maybe, depending on the circumstance. I don't think I'd want to add it to the apples or bananas. I don't think that flavor quite mixes. But, you know, different people, different tastes, and clearly our character has some odd tastes. Alright, so we'll get the food here soon. You know, I've never actually gotten the food here. I wonder how it tastes. We actually don't... I mean, they have fought wars over access to salts and, you know, spices. I don't know. I thought for a second I was getting dynamite here. So juice? Fair enough. I don't know. It depends. Do you consider fish and chips a British thing? I at least like that, normally. I could actually legitimately see people back then saying, you know, I don't see the point in these spices here, but people are really willing to pay for it. Alright, let's grab ourselves a shovel to start digging up our own grave with here. Alright. Hey, look, an old tin can. And an old shoe. The shovel was definitely worth the purchase. Pantry leads nowhere. Dark room does lead somewhere, and that does give me... Especially since I have the magnifying glass, I definitely want this. We'll go with this one. You know what? This is a complete waste. But I want to see if we can. How depraved is our character here? Okay. So if we get, you know, the extra movement for the apple here, our character is depraved enough to salt an apple. They are indeed. So they definitely don't know how to use salt properly. And man, people get onto Americans for salt, like putting salt and like butter and everything. I think we're just getting blamed for others' habits. Alright. The library is probably my best bet here. Okay, so a sightseer's guide. So Lord Evanson is correct. Our own name's in red. Also, this is 93, 92, 86. This is in the 80s? Or not. Actually, no, this is in the 90s. Man, that makes the salt on the apple even more weird. I can't think of a single person who would, like, from modern times, who would salt an apple like that. Just pick up an apple, put salt on it, eat it, and say, that's nice and tasty. Alright, Reddington. I'm not gonna read all this. What we're gonna do is just kind of skim read here real quick. Historic Castle, Charming Underground Bazaar. Okay. Let's just move this out of the way here real quick. Okay, so there's the holly he was talking about, by the way. $1972. Okay. Interesting. So this place was originally a keep that got turned into a house museum? If this is Featherfall Keep here, I guess it's probably not. Here's the lake. Mount Holly. 1100 or 11,220 feet. Estate of Mount Holly, nestled between the summit's northern slope and saddle. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's talking about our estate here, going off the fact it's on the opposite side of the peak, which would line up, I think, with where our estate is. It's completely private. Yeah, that would line up. And it's 80 acres. Okay. So I'm guessing this is somewhere we can get to. Gonna take a quick picture of that just in case. For later purposes, just, you know, make a habit of anything that could be important gets screenshotted. So I don't have to sit here and, like, constantly refine the same room over and over. Yeah, we can go ahead and unlock the door here. Oh! Haven't gotten a mailroom before? Hey look, a key card. Wonderful. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravan to sender as he is no longer employed. Did they ever prove he was the one that stole the baseball? Or the Baron's mail? This is written in red, and I don't trust anything written in red in this game. Because of the memos. Okay, so press any button above to activate blue. Press a blue indicator to next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 are needed to activate 6. Okay. Hey, Winnie. How have you been doing? It is. I'm very much enjoying it. It's definitely very heavy, like on the actual. You have to really try and piece stuff together for puzzles side of things. So the grand realm of Fen Isles, in fog we are lost, in fire we are found. Okay. So far it's been really fun, actually. Hey bud, how's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. Imagine you're as happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and the opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. I mean, to be fair here, Winnie, we're already getting up into the 90s here. I would take your weather in a heartbeat. I'll trade you. Yeah, the heat's always awful because, you can't really deal with it as well as you can the cold. At least out in public. You know. But, yeah, it's definitely starting to finally heat up around here as well. So I know the feeling of absolutely hating it outside with. That's a fair point as well. Yeah, that's very much fair. Oh, trust me, I'm still very familiar with that feeling. Because, it would. I've been without the AC, a couple times. Especially with the. There was one time where it was like 90% humidity, I want to say. And it broke. Like the AC stopped working in the middle of the night. On a extremely warm night. Let's just say I did not sleep well that night. And I was absolutely annoyed all morning. And was very much happy to get out of the house. Into a different building, basically. After that, because that was absolutely atrocious. Like, to deal with. I think the worst thing about when it heats up, at least over here, around where I live, you get the humidity and the heat, but then you also get mosquitoes, which become very common around here. And it's very much an unpleasant time to be outside. Yeah, hopefully, you find ways to keep cool over there, and not, fry inside the like your home. Alright, as I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. Want to try and post this letter before you depart tomorrow, so it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate, but not with all of the preparations. I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. So much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I can tell you're excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you. I know from our conversation just how much happiness this final project brought him. So do both of us a favor. Be excited. The house is really amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up here, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday, I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator. Dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night. And don't spend all your time each day playing with Digiblocks. Well, I guess it's a good thing the arcade machine for that game is not working. Because I have a feeling our character would actually spend all their time there. Going off that statement. Okay. So where's my package? We'd ordered something and then... Right? Though that was a while back. Maybe I need to find this the day after we order it? Okay. But yeah, hopefully you're finding some ways on just being cool over there and not completely just like suffering in the heat. Alright. We have one path here. Also, it seems like everyone in our character's family was in on the excitement here. Yeah, so I definitely can't grab anything till we get the power on for this. I'm very limited in steps. Oh, let's see. It's 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I have not been near far enough to get the dining room. Meal. Sadly. I go dig up some worms, just put salt on, and just chow down. You know, pull an old survival tactic to get a little bit of energy back, maybe. Just call it British cuisine. You know, so people don't give me the odd look when I tell them the story. Alright. Okay, what do we have here? I need that guest room, so thank you. Go ahead and grab this. That actually helps. At least a little bit with guaranteeing we get a little bit further. Alright, we need, honestly, a spare room here. Still wonder if there's anything to do in this room. Do I grab the coat check and just call it a day here? Can I see what items I have? I can't. I know we at least have the shovel. We have the car key. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. We're gonna have to call it a day anyways. We haven't ever made the coat check before. Alright. So what do I have? Actually a lot. And you know what? Out of all of this, I'm gonna take the battery pack. Ah, okay, we can only check in one item at a time. Okay. So sand and. So S here for the coat check. Nothing else in the room. Alright. Well, nothing else to do here. We've already found our little bit here in the tomb. We got a bit of a hint. So let's go ahead and reset. Found 3 new rooms. We'll need to find all of them by the end, probably. Oh, I wish I had found a power box there, because I could have actually made use of the dark room. But I don't think we would have had enough steps to do that whole thing. Corridors are better than a spare room. You know what? That got me, Hardy. Good job. Package has been delivered. As much as I want the mailroom, I need the extra routes here. You woke me up slightly, Hardy. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie. It is a tiny bit of a struggle to, you know, keep the sleepiness out of the eyes. Alright. Let's see. I mean, we'll take the mailroom here. What's our package? Amateur lockpicking kit. Magnifying glass and keys. We'll occasionally be able to open doors. Okay, so we still need keys, but that can save us some. Doesn't look like we got an extra item this time. Looks like that's it. Okay. Let's go ahead and go down this way now and check the corner. Check our corners first, you know. Breach and clear, procedures and all that. Let's go ahead and grab the closet here. Okay, stuff. We got a gem at least. I could go ahead and claim this. But I think getting the security room is probably a good call. Right? That allows me to check stuff more thoroughly. Let's do that. I'm gonna go ahead and get our specialty room out here. I wonder if this is actually worth doing every time first. Because it does take at least 2 energy to check everything. And I don't know how efficient I need to actually be. In most cases. Okay, we can take 2 special items. Or we could take the schoolhouse. Let's see what the tool shed gives us. Okay. You know, I approve. We got stuff to bust down some locks and to find more keys and gold. Not bad. Not the best, but not bad. Actually, I was kind of hoping for a shovel. Since we had the lockpick, I have a feeling we're not going to have as much of an issue with keys, but, you know. I'm imagining that's also a very limited item pool. Okay, so we just have the chapel and the security room as doors out. We have no money, so we can't make a donation. But what we can do is we're gonna grab. I can't grab that. So we're gonna grab the parlor here. All 3 statements are false. Only 2 statements are false. The gems are in the box with the false statement. So they're in that one. Hold on. Okay. So it has extra utility, and yeah, it should be in this, by the way. Or not. Wait. Yeah, this should... Two statements are false. This one was false. This one was correct. This one had the gems in it. Didn't even think about it. Also, there's your coin. You know, keep the change over there. Be the last one you get from me, probably. We have to take the bedroom here. Oh, hey, look. Smash. Take some dice, take some coins. You know, thinking about it, with how much our great uncle liked games and the fact this house is ever shifting, is he possessing the house? Just prolonging this? Yeah. That'll definitely come in handy for not soft locking here. I technically don't need this, but I should take this because I can at least progress. Oh. Okay, so it does just do that. Also, nice. We're rich. We get the gems. Let's take the commissary. Oh, there they are. I thought they'd be in the trash there. Okay, what do we have? Salt, shovels, a key, shovels. We'll dig up some buried treasure. Hopefully. Let's see. The den gets us further, but this opens up the path a little bit more and gives me free rerolls. I'm not even gonna guess what the letter in here's supposed to be. At least not yet. Also, feel like this is one of the rooms that would have the gas vein, like what we found at the start. We'll try the lockpicking kit. Ooh. Okay. The freezer would be a good idea, but let's take the Terrence. We're gonna step in here and see if there's anything. We're gonna do that to try and get as far as possible here and make some extra progress. Free gem. Good to see. Because I don't have that much in the way of resources right now. So I feel like the freezer's kind of a waste. Because I would have taken basically just one gem. Rumpus room. I mean, it gets me down here. It gets me some money. And I can, you know, learn our fortune here. Alright, does this change? Oh, wise fortune teller. Let me know what the future has in store for us.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of the dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara.
Okay.
And I suspect you wish me to look into
Get on with it. Look into our future. Let us know.
the image is becoming I see the darkened cloud of ruin to us both, now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair. I see 8 red envelopes resting upon 8 pedestals. And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands.
Okay.
8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7. Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms, there is a letter missing.
Which letter?
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara.
Let me real quick write a hint for myself for later so I don't forget
The
that.
following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. So 8 red letters. Let's do 8 red envelopes. Actually, that way I don't, you know, mistake the two. Alright, and one letter missing from the paintings. So I have a feeling the painting, what that's hinting at maybe is the painting puzzle having the final letter? Because one is missing, and from both those circumstances. Unless, for that one, it's hinting at how, again, how you're supposed to figure out what the letters for them are. We need the gymnasium here. Okay, let's redraw this. I can't make that, so dining room it is. We're gonna open that, and we're gonna try and progress further. Den technically doesn't stop us. It actually opens us up for more chances. Also guarantees a gem so I can perhaps open more stuff. So that fortune teller is definitely important. I'm a little worried about the fact he says we're gonna know ruin. Let's see. We only have one bedroom. I haven't been in there, but we're gonna leave that. We're gonna take the spare room so it expands out. We're gonna take the patio here so we get some more rooms. Occasionally, you may find small mounds. Okay. Can I cook stuff on the grill? Can I fry me up some steak? You know, it's hungry work searching around the house here. I can apparently cook up an old shoe. Who wants boiled leather? It's a classic recipe. Okay, so we can't pick this one, so let's just use the key here. Courtyard does progress us down there. We see a trunk, we see a few mounds. A few old coins. A few more keys. Okay, that should be good. for me to progress up. I'm kind of hoping to find some fruit buried, you know, like treasure. Or just finding actual treasure. Conference room right here would probably be good. We're not going to step over there, though. I need to expand this first. We do need to keep moving forward here. Because I want to try and get the meal. Okay, that stops us dead. Actually, all of these stop us dead if we don't redraw here. The only one that progresses us is the secret passage, so let's take it. More green. Because why not? More likely to draw... Well... The aquarium here is the only one that progresses. Alright, what do we got in here? A turnip. Perfect. Just in time. Go ahead and pick the lock. Take the pantry. Perfect. Even more energy here to progress. Alright, we didn't get that one, but we still have plenty of keys. Hey, Datello. How you doing? Yeah, I want to take the dark room. Just in case. Go ahead and pick our way out. Are these more likely to have a door out? Let's... Come on. Hey. Well. Time to just try and find hints now for the next day. We'll leave that on. How you doing, Datello? Planet and plane, so T is here. This place early would actually be really good now that I think about it. Can't even take the oven mitts. Alright. We had a good try. Yeah, I can't make it any further, sadly. So we've just got to go ahead and head back. What to the conference room, because I haven't actually gotten to explore that room yet. Yeah, it's one more over and then down. If we can get a magnifying glass in the power. I mean, it seems like everyone's tired lately. I know I have been, for sure. Right, when items are spread, they're immediately placed in several rooms currently on your estate. But if you have this room, they'll be spread here. Well, hopefully your allergies clear up then. Is it I'm guessing it's a pollen allergy then? So 9083. Reminder, after meetings adjourn, take all conference notes and place them in the office safe. All those red notes are supposed to be finally get to experience them. I'm wondering how the next one's gonna be, to be honest. Alright, well, we're gonna re-roll this, just see if we can get a better one. Just in case, let's go ahead and check our battery out. Okay, we don't have to. It actually automatically still has it there. Good, good. Alright. Call it a day on day 10. But yeah, I need to actually give that one a try. Tomorrow I may actually do a bit more Night Rain. To try that, and also I have one last challenge I may want to do here. But yeah, I have not played Night Rain since the last challenge run I did on stream. Well, challenge run of just having a win streak basically for all the bosses before he came out. I want to do like deathless runs, which is where you don't even go down in a run. Because that would actually get me to kind of clean up my gameplay in Night Rain. Since my game plan currently was just smash my face against the wall until the wall breaks. It felt like for that no losses run. Alright, we'll take the parlor here. We'll take the den here. Let's see. Bedroom or nook? Bedroom or nook? We'll take the nook. Let's go get our gems. But yeah, I've been like trying to not necessarily avoid Night Rain, but calm down a little bit because I did play quite a bit of it when it first came out. And you know, give it a little bit of a break so it doesn't get old. Let's see. Let's go with the drafting strategy. We'll see what the devs have to say about this. Because I also don't want to, like, you know, wear it out for myself before they do, like, some of the major updates that I imagine they'll be doing at some point. Like, say, character reworks, revisions, new maps, stuff like that. Don't want to wear it out to where even with that I'd be burnt out on it. You know. But I definitely do want to try the Night Lord. So, like I said, I may do at least a little bit tomorrow. We'll see. I'll take the workshop. That progresses us while still giving us unique rooms. And we get the shovel. That's a different letter. The other one we saw was a H. So we've seen H and T here. Um, we'll do the secret passage here like before to give ourselves a guaranteed path. At least somewhat. Let's go ahead and we're gonna go open up this path now. Which will be the closet. Okay. Not bad stuff. So the parlor is not going to be a path for us, so let's go ahead and check this. A box next to this box is true. Both boxes next to this contain gems. That's false. So the other one's false. So it's got to be this one. Ooh, car keys. So I will ask, I know you said you love the pace of the fight, but what do you think of the fight as a whole, Detello? Yeah, so this one had gems. Nice. Thought it would have to, because one of the boxes has to be true. And the only box that would have been the one on the left. Or I guess the right. I guess both were actually right. And only one was false. Either way, it could only be one of them. We'll do the courtyard here. Because it definitely seems like a very interesting one. Ooh, we do have the shovel. Not that I ever get anything worthwhile nowadays. Yeah, that's about normal. And to be fair, don't you like Iron Eye? If you were playing Iron Eye, maybe that might be why you're getting one shot. He does have quite a low health pool. We'll go with the commissary. And a hallway. We'll go with the commissary there so I can actually get some extra items. I may. Let's definitely get the utility closet here. Though this is really good. You can't really afford it. To be fair, like, while Iron Eye does have the lower health pool, they are a very good character. Okay, it said 1 to activate this, right? On. There we go. Let's do this. Okay. Gotta get all these purple here. There we go. Just reset it there, basically. Alright. Let's do this. That doesn't quite work there. There we go. I think this works. If I can just shift these over. There we go. There we are. Sorry. Just had to, quickly do this puzzle. So now that these are all purple, that should be correct. Sorry, it's just like matching, or like, getting them all to match there. So it's not really when I'm like sitting there talking through. But yeah. Surprisingly, Iron Eye is actually not much worse with most weapons over Executor, actually. The scaling is extremely similar to where, honestly, I feel like Iron Eye actually works better in close range. Because of his dodge skill than even Executor. Because Executor has slightly more health, but not enough to matter. And Iron Eye has the extra iframe. Sure, Executor has the deflect, but I feel like the dash is actually more consistent. Let's do West Wing Hall. What do we have over here? Oh, sorry. Chapel does make us progress, so we'll take it. Oh. Drawing room's good here. Oh. Well, the other thing with it is, he actually has enough scaling that he really functions actually rather well as a melee character. Um, Partially because, like, bows are good for plinking. The way I like to have him would be like a bow in the offhand. For whenever the boss is kind of too far away to get the boss to run in. I feel like that's the intended playstyle where, like, you have, say, a dagger. Honestly, I like some of the slightly larger weapons, or like a spear or something for him. Or claws. Claws work really well with Iron Eye, actually. but I feel like they're meant to be just like the versatile one that's going in and out constantly. Let's see. An aquarium there's technically the best, but it would take a gem, obviously, so can't do that, so we'll do the next best thing. Alright, what do we have here? This is my last key. Let's redraw. I mean, I do have a way up anyway, so let's do this. To get some money and some keys. Okay. Looks good so far. So what's been your favorite weapon you've found so far? Out of the legendaries, Ditello? Honestly, for me, I gotta say, it probably has to go to... Oh... Probably Godric's or Godfrey's axe. We'll just try that there just in case that is the code. The other thing... Hold on. Actually, just in case, do this. Okay, that wasn't it. Yeah, you... Something weird, by the way. A lot of the... What are normally good weapons for, like, the... say, like, faith weapons, stuff like that, are actually not too great. On the caster characters. Weirdly enough, I think Wilder would, like, still be the best user of the Darkmoon Greatsword of all things. Because I want to say it has a D and int for some reason. I find that a little odd. Personally. You know, we haven't found a morning room. Let's take the eggs and bacon. The classic breakfast can't go wrong. Let me just waste some water here. Can't take a swig of the old stale coffee. So let's just go ahead and, you know, step on up. I have not even seen Rykard's sword yet, as far as I know. I may have maybe seen a random pick it up and that's it. Okay, so we made it to room 8. Oh, that is an amazing room. 3 gems, though, is quite pricey. Okay, let's retrieve this. I wonder if I could use that for the lab. Because it says for stuff that requires power. Alright, there's nothing in there. There'll be nothing in there. So let's just head back to the chapel and proceed from there. Pay our dues. Oh. Don't mind if I do. Interesting room. Okay. So we need access to this room from multiple sides to get everything. So I need to get to the Hall of Mirrors. I can't. Why you gotta do me like this, game? Why you gotta do me like this? You give me a cool room, only for me to be disappointed because I can't actually do anything with said room. Alright, we'll go back and drop off the battery pack once again. It was probably a little greedy to grab the battery pack. But not like we had many options, so it's whatever. Okay, good. I didn't even check my outer room. I got completely distracted this time, I feel like. But yeah, I still think out of everything, I have two weapons that are my favorite. Now that I think about it. And it's actually none of the legendaries. Thinking about all the weapons I've messed with, Giza's wheel and the flamethrower shield are my favorite. um, both of those were very fun still. And I feel like they were universally good. Especially the Giza's wheel because it gives Raider. it is. Both are hilarious because the Giza's wheel actually gives the unique power attack to Raider, which I think it's like one of the only weapons that does override the character's special moveset. Alright, well I don't have the gem, so let's go ahead and collect a gem. Oh. And you know, I can believe autocorrect, correcting that. Just because it's autocorrect. It loves, messing stuff up. Huh. I should save that. It's trying to, say, no, you need to talk in Portuguese more. You're using English too much. Gems are in the box with a statement containing the letter U. Oh boy. The blue box is true. Okay, well. Hold on. One has to be false. So... this one has to be true, though. So it can't be this one. And because that says it's... okay, so it does have to be this one. Right? I just read the rules again here. One box which always displays true, and one which always displays false. So it had to be in this still. Huh. That was kind of a messed up one, because technically all of them had all the requirements. Like, all of them technically had B's, all of them technically had U's. It was literally a crapshoot there. No matter how I looked at it. Let's take the bedroom. We get some cash. Not the worst thing. Okay. Hallway there is perfect. I'd like the passageway, but can't afford it. I'm gonna go with the pantry. For safety purposes. I was thinking about the storeroom, but the pantry's the safe option. We'll save our special key. Kinda wish I didn't, but hey. Let's go ahead and use this to get another key. Okay, we got one use right there. This works for guaranteeing we can continue on. Should go ahead and use this. We have the silver key. Perfect. We can actually, guarantee we can progress here with a few rerolls. Okay, dark room. Can't do. I need to do the chapel. But first, now that we've backtracked just a tad bit, let's see what this was. Let's do the library. Nice, we get our magnifying glass. Okay, nothing ordinary there. Let's see. Focus on drafting rooms that grant you gems. Yeah, first one, make sure you check for gems in the room before you click the door. I need to do that, actually. Uh, I'm not so sure about the buying out of gems. Don't pass up the wine cellar, even if you're not thirsty. There's no such thing as too many gems. I may have a bit of a problem, says that one. Think about saving some gems for emergencies. I definitely do that. I will never draft a passageway on the first 5 ranks. I guess the passageway is the 4-way one? That's not horrible. Okay. Let's see. This gives us some combos. Oh. That's a good one for the Great Hall. 10 extra steps for the nursery. It's okay. Conference room and office together. Attic and workshop. Okay, if we see the attic, I'm taking that. There's always good stuff in the attic. Ah, okay. So, alright. Turning off the gymnasium is the right call. Good. The next... Oh! That room right there, the ladyship's chamber, is probably what I need to figure out the code. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Alright, so I probably need to look, or keep an eye out for that. You know, I didn't see your message there, Titello, because I was so busy reading this. For a second there. So basically, it's just trying to give you an accent through all your text and everything. It's like, you speak like this now, right? You speak in this accent. You know, you're from this region now. You must be, because you're using Portuguese every now and then. Okay, so... Ooh. Hmm. Oh, okay. So the parlor increases in difficulty every time. Same with the billiards. Okay. That explains why we get some very weird puzzles then. Okay. That was actually some useful tips. Now let's ignore them all. We'll go with the Great Hall here. Those will be locked, but we don't need them to progress necessarily. Oh. No ghost cam. Not today. Trying to be good about catching that. Okay. What do we have as options for here? Let's do the root cellar. I haven't done the root cellar yet. Aw, I can't take the wondrous food. What is this? My character's not passed up on any of the other food. But I can't take the radishes, the potatoes, the carrot. What, is he too good for him? Also, there's a lot of dig spots here. I definitely am gonna want to come back here. Okay. So... let's see... So Mary Epson would be our character's mother, I think? No, actually... wait. I'm guessing we're named after our father? We're gonna have to check at the library when our character writes his name down. Because they write Simon Sinclair, I think. I could be mistaken. Let's see if we find anything hidden from just, you know, looking around here, investigating our family tree. Don't see anything out of the ordinary. Other than this. Which does... like, there's a tree that's supposed to be in the orchard that has that. Yeah, we can't take a swig there. See nothing else. No shovel. I'll need a shovel though. That'll definitely come in handy here. You know, just for good luck. Like always. In it goes. Yeah, we do have the chapel here I can make use of to get through. Chapel's the only thing I can use to get through here. We have rerolls, but I don't have any resources to spend. Luckily, even though this is normally going to be locked, I guess we do have the silver key. So I can use that to unlock here. Dark room would not be advisable, but yeah, we'll do the spare room. Because what I'm going to do is, if this is locked, I'm going to use our silver key to hopefully expand it out further. Try again. We'll have to do the gymnasium here. Actually, wait. I think we do the billiard room. Because this will give me resources, and it will still let me try and continue on. The gymnasium will just be openings, but I'll still get locked in the same issue. Okay, so 3 plus 4 plus 5. So that is 12. Let's see, that's either 5 times 2, or 5 plus 2 times 4. Or that's, let's see, 2 times 4 is 8, plus 5 would be 13. Let's see if that... 13 would be right here. It's either 13 or 14. Or not 14, jeez. Yeah, it actually has to be 13, right? No? That doesn't fit, though, if we do it... Oh, wait, minus. Right, that's minus. So 7 minus 4 is 3. I forgot it's subtraction, then multiplication. So 20... So 2 times 6, 12... 17 minus 14, so this will be 15 here. Key to the secret garden. Sorry, what? Well, if only I had the ability to have that combination. We're definitely gonna have to do this. Definitely gonna have to grab the gymnasium. Or actually the kitchen works. Except we can't grab the kitchen. Thank you for the cheer, Datello. Thank you very much. Glad you're seemingly enjoying this. I am definitely enjoying this. I have no gems. Well, we have one last path. Straight up. But no, seriously, thank you very much for the cheer there. And for the bits. Oh, we got some gems here too. Definitely love the nice relaxing music that starts playing throughout here. Alright. Move through gymnasium real quick. Let's head back to the Great Hall. We're gonna have to use our silver key. Or the key to the secret garden if I can. Yeah, security's closed off. Let's go ahead and take the key to the secret garden. Fine. Alright, courtyard. Well, I guess this is pretty good. Go and get some extra steps in. There we go. Got a coin, got a gem. But yeah, what do you guys think of this game so far? I'm honestly really enjoying the, like... It makes me think of, like, some of the old point-and-click games. Like some of the old detective-style ones. Where you're really having to, like, scour everything and... like... really try and sit there and just think about what you should be doing. Really? I haven't... are you talking about the modern Prey, or... are you talking about the original? Because I know Prey... what was it, 2016, technically? 2017? I can't remember which. Ooh. Perfect time for a shovel. Time to really dig in here. But I can kind of see that, actually. Because what... I know the more recent Prey was, supposed to be very similar to... actually, BioShock in some ways. But it also had other very interesting elements. So I can kind of... well, I got something, a brick I can throw at something. I can bust a window. I can definitely see that. I need to play Prey at some point. Because it did seem like a really good game, and it is one I passed up. I think it's also in Game Pass now. Let's go ahead. I have to take the maid's chamber. Kind of bad, but, you know... anything hiding in the photo? Maybe some distrustful employees? Anything? No? Fine. The day we dreaded has arrived. Any fine print? Like, really fine print? Wait, what? Ah. Well, I'm locked out no matter what. Right? Yeah. Boy. Man. I need to get better about planning out the hallways. We'll see if we can get some keys, maybe open up some of these. Because we have a few steps we can make use of here. But yeah, I have a feeling this game's gonna blow my mind by the end of it, with how, like, the fortune teller is going on about ruin and everything. And how there seems like there's a lot more history behind this place and behind our character's family than they first made it seem like. Also, some of these puzzles are, like, honestly very in-depth. It's... You know, I almost wonder if the dig spots weren't worth it here. Old shoe. Just a single key. That's all I asked for. A key to gamble on the doors. And see what we find behind them. I am not surprised by that, considering, like I said, one of the main games, it seemed like it was an inspiration for it from the bits I did see of it. It seemed like BioShock 1 and 2 were, like, a major inspiration. So I can definitely see if it did kind of copy, or, like, try and go for the same vibe, not really copy. I can see that really being its strong suit, honestly. Just look around, see if I can even find anything to dig up at this point. Maybe I'll see something I missed. Nope. Where? Just pay an extra bit of, like, what was due here. Weird how it, like, disappeared immediately upon us, entering there. It's whatever. Alright, quickly. See. Aw. Can't see what was in the dirt pile there. I'm definitely not getting an award for speedrunning here. At least I feel like. I wonder if there's a way to guarantee that you can always progress. Because there have been times where I have missed stuff. And it's led to me not progressing in the house. And also, we know from reaching the end that it's not just enough to reach the end here either. Alright, the parlor is definitely a good call. Den is absolutely perfect here. It's just a better hallway. And the drawing room would be good, but I'm just going to have to go with the chapel. And decent. Go ahead and grab my gem. You know, I completely ignored the tip about grabbing the gem earlier before drawing the room. Because that would have actually helped right there, funnily enough. Well, sounds like a storm's rolling in. Let's go with the closet. I really do value getting the potential imported item early. Let's go ahead and take the spare room. It's guaranteed progress. We'll check the chapel here. Oh, would you look at that? It was the right call. Okay, probably want to do a nook. Do security right there. It'll help me with guaranteeing I find items. What else could I do? technically a hallway's better. Right here. It guarantees a different spot is open. Okay, so this is going to be a dead end, but I get slightly more if I take the parlor. Maybe get something like a power room is even. Speaking of. Now, puzzle didn't save, so let's just real quick. Do that. And there we go. Just quickly, you know, fix that up for us. Actually, I want the keycard on because I do have a keycard. Security room would actually come in handy here. Okay, let's quickly step into the parlor. Grab our wind-up key here. Statement on white box is true. Statements with the word white are also true. Gems are in the white. I hate this. I absolutely hate this. So, the only one that can be correct, since one has to be wrong, should be this. White box is true. Gems are in the white box. I guess technically this could have been correct. Except if that was correct, I hate this puzzle sometimes. Oh. That feels like such a crapshoot. Like, it's just meant... I know it's just meant to confuse you and get you mixed up, but still. It's a logic puzzle, but... Alright, corridors here for us. Okay. Take the bedroom here. Yeah, the bedroom does lead over to where we can progress in two different ways. Anything for us? No. Locked. Rats. Nothing else here, so we gotta go another way. I still have not gotten my outer room. Because we're having to head back all the way, I should go ahead and just grab that. I do have gems now. I do have money. So I can check any room. Because we had 3 gems and I haven't seen anything costing more than 3 gems. So even if we get a 3-gem room out here, if it's one that really interests me, I can grab it. I haven't tried the schoolhouse yet. Let's grab that. Hey. This place has seen better days. Also, I think this confirms that this was originally a school that got turned into a manor. Oh. And our great uncle was a student here. Okay. Within a timely manner. Is that poking fun at the fact I've taken 2 weeks so far? Is the game poking fun at me there? Oh. That's fire number 2. Both of them have been in there so far. You know what? I'll take it poking fun at me. As long as I'm making progress, it doesn't matter. So that's 2 out of 4. Also, didn't see that first. Oh. Serving as your schoolmaster in the meager facility. Wish to thank Lady Epson, our most gracious host, for not only paying attention, but also fundraising. Okay. Baron Sinclair being the architect. Remember to give Miss Peterson her gift, better joke to the end. Both written on here. Hey, Brian. How's it going? What? Upset we're back in school here with you? Yeah, you did get me here. You messed it up a little bit. Oh, there you go. There's your fix. Ugh. You came at the perfect time, with me being a little tired, a little bit more jumpy to those. How you doing? Hopefully having a good Saturday here. Well, hopefully it's not too bad. Sunscreen does help. No, seriously, hope you're doing okay there still. Okay. Ah, fair enough. Kind of the downside. Sunscreen only works as long as you're not doing so much, because you do too much, it washes off anyways. Of course, that's why you're supposed, like they say, to reapply it, but still, it does kind of be, or it's like, I put it on, but now it's already gone. Actually, I think we do need the passageway here. Yeah, our bedroom was locked up there, but the passageway here is probably the best bet. Yeah, we still get the dark room anyways. And that allows us to progress there. Let's see. The library does let us progress here. we'll check out the book from our character's mother, or who I'm assuming their mother is. Well, hopefully you had a good day skating then, Brian. Ooh. Well. Don't mind if I help myself? That sounds great. Oh, earlier, before stream, I actually ended up cooking up some buttered chicken myself. Well, cooking the chicken. Use just standard buttered chicken sauce, but ended up turning up real good. I do have some steaks I had picked out. By the way, really, it's super good. I have always enjoyed cooking to some extent, and honestly been around a lot of family members who cook, so picked up a few things, I would like to think. By the way, question, since you're in the States, Brian, has meat prices been a little weird for you too, where like what are normally lower end cuts of meat end up being more expensive than, like, for instance, the other day, like when I was at the store, I was gonna just pick up, some like stew meat and that, which is normally very cheap. It gone up like $1.50 in price. But then the actual, at least half decent cuts of steak had actually dropped to where they were the same price as what the stew meat used to be. So may have helped myself and gotten some steaks instead. uh okay. And I'm just curious because that struck me as very odd. At least around here. Because, like, it's literally. Yeah. And it's not. Like, sure, they weren't the best steaks, but for them to be more. Like, $1.50 per pound more expensive is very weird to me. Like, because for the prices it was, is like. It was $5.50 for the steak, and it was basically $7 a pound for the stew meat. Exactly. That's what it struck me as very odd, and I was wondering if it was just like some weird happenstance or what there. All right, so we have the dark room and we have the bedroom. If the dark room requires a key, I'm going through the bedroom. Um, But yeah, it struck me as very odd, and something to consider if places are going to be you maybe having certain cuts actually be cheaper than normal, or as the cheap option goes up, well, hey, it may want to keep an eye out. It was probably a mistake or something, I would imagine. But it just struck me as very odd. And I think that's the only time I've ever seen that happen, at least at this store I go to. Where, like, the prices just get completely skewed. And I will also say, it's not like it was, both were beef. So it's not even like, comparing one meat to another. It's both are the same thing. It's literally just the cut being different. So I don't know. It seems weird to me. No matter how I try and think of like, yeah. Alright. Not that I'm complaining at all. If anything, very happy about it. Let's go ahead and open up the classroom here. Freddy gets a B minus. Filling each object correctly with colors. Favorite color is red. What color did Freddy mess up here? I see orange on the pumpkin. Probably the flags, if anything. I would assume. See B plus. Okay, so wait. Were there bananas on that? There was. Flags are the same color for the most part. Bottom. Actually, no. Never mind. Never mind. Everyone's favorite colors here are red. Aww. Also, that tube is and the flags are the main things that are changing colors here. Is there another color sheet? Each color is only used twice. Okay. Still get a B plus. See, just quickly count the items. Okay, so there's exactly 12 items. So they got 10 of them right here. So the only two incorrect ones could be the repeated colors. Lizard's definitely wrong, so that's one of them. So it's either the flag or the tube, and I would be inclined to say the flag. Let's see. Maybe it is the tube. Hold on. Any of the colors match up here? No. Only two correct, so none of the flags are red. Okay. So out of the three here that are wrong, they had to get one of the flags right. Okay, so... And I think I see which one it is. It's the orange flag there. So if we go off of that... Swap the two colors there. And that should be good, right? Because let's see. How many purple flags were there? Actually, colors are only used twice, so let's see. Yeah, yellow's used 3 times here, actually, so... On. Let's look at this one. Only 2 wrong here. And if we assume the the orange flag is correct here. So one of the wrong colors was purple. This one's flag color is wrong on the bottom. So, lizard's wrong here, and blue flag is wrong. Okay. Not even sure if that matters. I don't know why seeing that apple there start floating may or may not have gotten me a little bit. Crow and row, so C. I'm enjoying it a lot. I found... Also, welcome, Entovsky. I found 2 switches that turned on 2 blue torches in the outside. Both were in the shack. That's the main progress I think I've made today. Other than we got the fortune teller to tell us some stuff. I have a feeling, though... I don't even know if it's important if I actually ace... Like, figure out if this is correct here. You too, I see. Well... You... I can send you some ice. I don't know if it'll make it there. Could always just stick yourself in the freezer, you know? Just... I'm not gonna lie, when I was young, I did that once, to cool down. It works pretty well. It's a nice, quick way to cool off. Alright, let's take the dining room here. But yeah, we got a weird fortune teller, prediction about 7 red envelopes. Well, 8 red envelopes, one of which we won't find. As well as a bunch of things about ruin. As, like, one of the main story progress points. At least, what I understand is story bait. I have not done the study yet. And this would help with getting locked out here. Wait, no, we have. Yeah, this is the other thing I had found as a puzzle. I'm not looking forward to this. What was it, 9083? No? 9803? Oh, okay. You know what? Real quick. Reasons I've been taking pictures here. Okay, so the code that we were told, even though it was a, wrong one, did at least put in the right code for what it was saying there. So that was incorrect. But yeah, so far really enjoying this. Had a bit of bad luck, honestly, today with the map. But overall, also, I found the tomb. And figured out the chapel puzzle with it. That was the other big thing, to where we found underneath there. So we've got part of a map, which I did screenshot so I don't, Don't go without that, basically. That's locked. Oh, don't tell me. You know what? Okay, it's not that. Did I try this? Okay. 9308. 9830. Just try all versions of it. Whatever. Let me just make sure. But yeah, so we found a part of a map. We found 2 of 4 torches. Oh yeah, we also got to open up the key and permanently upgrade the storage rooms. That was the other thing. So we do have a permanent upgrade to where we get extra money. From storage rooms. To where we get 10 coins rather than, you know, a measly 1. I'm just looking for a key right now. See if maybe I can open that door and continue. Well, someone thought they were being funny with the 8 turned on its side. Okay, I was actually checking that to see because we heard from the same prediction that one of these picture puzzles was or one of the pictures was missing, like the letter was missing, and I just wanted to make sure there wasn't like any extra hints there for that in some of these rooms. I'm like really trying to look for any little detail that could give me a hint as to what'll help me open up stuff. Yeah, I think this one's scuffed. Um Only so much you can remove, Titello. Sadly. Unless you well, you know, I guess if you remove the skin, that if you count that as clothes, that should cool you off quite good, right? Really get the blood flowing. I mean, not wrong when I say that about that, right? Oh yeah, this was the other thing I had messed up for the. Yeah, that would do it. Actually, looking at it. Exactly. It's technically right. The best kind of being right. But yeah, I guess I can go. Well, I actually can't go over there. We're about to run out of energy, but Yeah, I found 2 of these torches over here. I'm hoping it's only of the 4 and not all of these. But you know, I didn't look in the shelter when we had found that the other day for anything like that. I wonder if the shelter has one and if that's like um the outdoors there always has that. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Oh. We'll do at least one more here. It is time for day 14. We spent a fortnight in the manor. Well, technically right outside of it for the most part, and in it. But, on the estate. Alright. Let's see. Dan's definitely the best call here. Go and grab that gem early. Don't make the same mistake I made last time. Honestly, let's go with the guest bedroom in this corner. Alright, we got no item, but we at least got the footsteps. That's pretty good. I mean, it doesn't matter here, so we'll take the spare room just in case it's a single room. We're gonna leave that though, because I don't want to keep going in necessarily. Here the best one's probably gonna be the hallway, just in case. And actually, well, I'd like the nook. Let's take the corridor here. That opens up a lot. We'll do the parlor here. Get me another gem, if I can figure out this. Well, we got a colorblind box here. 2 of them, in fact. So that, well, yeah. Kind of got a freebie there. Which I'm very thankful for with my luck with the last 2. Alright, we'll go ahead and activate the drawing room. Alright, and if we open this from right here, this is better than going through the hallway, actually. Okay, that is terrible. I feel like. Redraw it. There we go. Grab the commissar. Let's grab the nook. Gives me a key. I like keys. I would also like a sledgehammer. And to that end, let's go outside and see what we got here before we get too far in. Because we've got a good basis there. We've actually almost got the bottom filled out. I kind of like that strategy of, like, just trying to fill out the bottom row there as much as possible. Because I feel like it does give me a better basis to work with. Ooh. I don't think we've seen the trading post, so let's see. Probably useless to me right now, but you know, if find a bit of coin. Maybe grab a storeroom or two. What do you mean a little too dangerous to pick up? Oh, well. Okay, so that. Oh, I kind of see what we're. There we go. Um, I've broken it. Whoopsie. I see what I'm supposed to do here with this one, too. Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay. Um, let's go ahead and lock that in. There we go. Permanently nice. Okay. Now, I have a feeling this dynamite is used for the mine shaft. My question is how to get my character to stop being such a wimp and just move it to the mine shaft. No items to trade. So we actually do need items to trade here. Okay, it's not money. That kind of works. But yeah, if we can take that dynamite, or figure out how to transport that dynamite down to the mine shaft to clear it out, that would be nice, because the map we saw had a mine shaft be the entrance. Unless we just, light the dynamite literally in the trading post. I'm not opposed to that. Okay, oh, storeroom here is awful, but I don't want to spend my last diamond on a kitchen, so let's grab this. Because we do have the commissary anyways, so the money actually is helpful. And the key's nice. That does mean we're going to have a little bit of a hard time getting over to the left for some of the other stuff. But at the same time, I also have some gems to actually work with here. That hallway was literally pointless. I should have done just a closet there. But then again, at the same time, I didn't know I would have free reign here because of the drawing room. Either's going to be better than the other here, so let's see. Take our sledgehammer. A trusty sledgehammer. Chapel's pointless there. Let's instead take the bedroom. And I've already been in here, right? Yes, but I wanted this. Oh, hey, look. Silver key. If I use the silver key right there in the bedroom, it'd be pointless. Of course, you know, that's if it's locked to begin with. Ooh, car keys. I can trade those. Possibly. We're... Come on, really? Okay, I feel like I got gypped here. We'll take the closet, whatever. Oh boy. I love my reroll dice when I can't use it. We do one more after this. That was a short one. But I at least got to see Dynamite, so I have an idea of what to do. Well, I think I do. Gonna real quick just go ahead and drop off that the items, see if maybe I can trade for it or trade for something to use it. Because if I can trade and like do something down there and get some progress today, that would be nice. I swear, if this actually would have allowed me to progress, I'm going to be very upset. That would have actually possibly helped. That would have helped. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I can trade multiple times. Oh. Salt shaker, magnifying glass. And I guess I got the money up. I really wish I could mess with that. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do here, so... Yeah. We'll go ahead and call it there. Alright. We're on the 3rd week now. First day of the 3rd week. Out here. Alone in the manor. You know, I just noticed that's actually got a time. Of course, it actually does move, but... If there's a 3-digit code, I may try... What was that, 712? No, it was 812. Like, as the 2 digits. So, 8 o'clock. But if I see like a time puzzle, I may try that. Alright. Let me see something new. Or the trade. I mean, I haven't explored this as much as I should. Possibly, at least. Okay, the time lock actually didn't work there. Oh, I just thought of something. I need the library to see the date. Because that date is in-game. Okay. Yeah, let's just go ahead and submit this. Man, it's really raining up a storm out there. Okay. Go ahead and log in here. But yeah, so this is in-game time, is what it's using here. So, I need to use the library to check the date and then set this for potentially tomorrow? Okay, I'm not seeing any yellow pipes I could transfer gas from. Yeah, we'll just set it for tomorrow and hope we can get that again. Or do I do it 2 days? Because I have a feeling there's a delay for 24 hours, just like the freezer. Decisions. Okay, library's good here. Ooh, and a treasure map right off the bat. Okay. So it's the 21st of 93. In November. And Simon P. Jones. So our character's name is not the same. Alright. I'm a dare bird, a daring and brave bird, diving so deep, a ride on the wave bird. There is not a dare I would not do. There is not a depth I would not dive to. Friends aren't very open to the idea I like the sky less than the ocean. Birds in the sky, not in the sea. This is what they say when looking at me. You're not a seabird. You're not a swim bird. You're a friend bird, fly in the wind bird. Okay, a lot of daring. That was kind of depressing for the ending there. It seemed like. Seemed like it ended on a sour note there. Ooh. Okay. I got stuck with this last time where I couldn't really do much with it. Let's try the Hall of Mirrors here. We'll go to immediately hit the button. We'll go to the chapel here so I can hit all the buttons I can. Perfect. Okay, I can do something here. New room, everyone. Well, old room, new progress. Okay, you can't do anything there yet. But, did I got a key. Okay. Not bad. Now I just need to make my way around. I don't actually need this room, but a hallway doesn't hurt. Honestly, we'll go to the closet. Good, key in a gym. That lets me have a little bit more flexibility. Hey, random. Actually pretty good. I say, right as we get nearly locked in there, I ended up finding 2 switches that turned on gas for the 2 of the torches outside from the outdoor room, as well as a few permanent upgrades today. And we currently have the Hall of Mirrors I'm trying to, like, make my way towards, basically. Let's do this, because I'm actually kind of low on steps. Grab the magnifying glass here. Don't see anything else. Alright, the pantry doesn't cost me anything. Not any more than we did the other day, but yeah, we've got it to where I have the outdoor section there. Walk-in closet would stop me completely, so let's do just a corridor. Spare room gets me there, but so does the pool. So let's take the pool. Is this? I did. We have the bomb shelter currently. I noticed that it can give some really good buffs. Or, like, options. Okay, we'll go with the den here. Alright. Go ahead and hit that. Oh. Aw. Can I hit that? No. So what's the point in this? There we go. Yeah. Okay. So what's in this one? Key. Coins, and then I need to open this. So let's head back down. Alright, what did I have unlocked already? Okay. Oh. I see. Can I can lower them. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so I can do this. Let's see. We want access to this. Got plenty of keys here, but let's do that. Don't need that one. Okay, we just need to lower this pane right here. You can still enter right here, right? Yes. Okay. Uh... Hmm. Whoops. Looks like we can still get around, though. Let's see. As long as I can enter from there, which, I mean, we just need to connect these two, actually. So that's not a huge issue. And we should be good, I think. How you doing today, Red? Sorry, like, was really trying to see, because I got that room once before. I know I just locked myself out of most of the rest of the house by doing the pantry here, but I want to try and solve this as much as possible here. So let's see. We're not quite able to do this just yet. But I have full access from all sides now. Hey, all good. You know, as I've been mentioning a couple times now, pretty much, it seems like I don't know if it's just a lot's been going on or what, but like I know I've been real tired lately, and a lot of other people seem to have been like just been real busy and tired as well. So it's understandable. So let's see. That does work. Okay. Perfect. That's the final one we needed. And I can just, you know, make my way through. And we'll see what the final reward was, if it was worth it or not. Kind of upset we got this room when I can't... well, when I'm doing something else, but it works out. Okay. Final reward here. What do we get? You know what? Sure. I'll take another gymnasium. Because that helps me open up the place even more. Even if it's not exactly the best room, having an extra chance for a large room is pretty good. Yeah, we got everything in this area, as far as I can tell. Yep. We got... Don't know if the mic just picked that up. But no, I got all 4 of the top rewards there. As well as the minor rewards that they have at the bottom. Yep. Raised all the doors and then, like, did the puzzle up top there, too. So, I think that's about all we can do today. Because of how I had to get the house set up to do that. But it works because that allowed me to actually finish a Chamber of Mirrors for once. Oh, the other thing is I figured out where to at least potentially get the code for the apple orchard. The black room, as long as I have a magnifying glass and a power box I can get to, I should be able to get the code. That was another thing I had figured out. I almost forgot about that. Honestly, the magnifying glass seems like the most important item. Like, it seems like it is necessary for a lot. Oh, I forgot to collect my allowance last time. But it seems like it's used for a lot of the potential, like, clues that you need. Let's see. Hallway's definitely the best here. No, I was meaning the magnifying glass for that one. The breaker box... Oh, that was the final thing. I got the hint about how to do the breaker box vac system. That was the other one. That was big. We can do the drawing room here. It's... Actually, we can't. Bedroom's the best thing here. Plenty of money. Okay. Can work with money. I'm real quick trying to get a gem just in case. I'll show it. Oh, I'm thinking of the circuit box, sorry. I have the fuses or whatever the battery pack is for stored in the coat. Okay, gems are in the white box. Only one box contains gems. Only one box is true. That's false. It's got to be this one. Right? Yep. Don't overthink it. Just go for it. Here. Oh, let's see if I can get it to roll so I can show what I was meaning here. We'll take the security room. That's pretty good there. Yes. The battery pack is in the coat check because it seemed like it was a rare item. So I wanted to guarantee I had a better chance of finding it. Because it seems like the magnifying glass has a lot of spawns, the shovel has a lot of spawns, and is not the most important. The sledgehammer has a couple spawns and really just saves you keys. Out of all these, let's take the hovel here. Yeah, we flipped this switch. You know, I should really check something here. Yep. Thought so. Okay. Yeah, we flipped that. Oh, I didn't see this before. 2 wings, 9 rows, 2 starting rooms. 45 to 92. Where's room 46? I didn't see this before. Huh. So that's a code. Took a screenshot of it just in case. For later. To go in the pile. Of, like, you know, information collected. I think I checked in here. I almost didn't see that, but yeah, we've gotten quite a bit done, I feel like. We'll have one actual last run here, as long as it's not a short run. That's not the code for the padlock. Padlock was 4-digit code, I think. 4 or 3-digit. So that's gotta be either a safe code, which I wouldn't doubt, or it's a hint as to, like, the final bit, because it mentioned the antechamber. Okay. Let's go with the courtyard here. I know I'm really cutting into my steps. I just know this has a few extra item spawns. Potentially. Versus the nothing that the hallway there does. Let's go ahead and just do the guest bedroom here. Because this is kind of a dead end. Get a key. Yeah, we've got a few options here still. Take the garage. Yeah, because if we get the car key again, that would be good. And I get these. So if I get the car key again, we'll open that up. Let's just do that for quick access back. Oh wait, yeah, not on. Okay, dig spot there. Do we have any tools in here before I leave? Not that I'm seeing. Okay. So let's go ahead and open this up. Let's see. We'll take the passageway. Ooh. So this is gonna limit me a little bit. But I haven't seen this yet. Okay. You know, between all the keys, I think I'm good. What's this? That's new. A coin purse. That everything? Where's the photo here? Let's see. We got the coin purse. We got the lockpick. We got a coin, I think it was, and a key? Or a gem and a key. So that's everything. Not much in here. Go figure. But we also have this. Let's see. If I take the lab here. Honestly, the chapel doesn't unlock any more than the lab. Lab does take some steps, but we'll hopefully keep enough in reserve here. If I get a kitchen, that would be awesome. I'm just looking for tools here real quick. I'm wondering if I could use the battery pack for this. Probably not, actually looking at it. Oh, yep. Thank you for the reminder. It's been so long since I've been here. That, I completely forgotten about this. Let's see. Okay, you know what? This could be funny. I'm digging up buried treasure and just sending it to the entrance hall. I forget about that simply because like I don't get here very often. To the actual lab itself here. Okay, parlor is terrible here. Oh, storeroom. I'm locked in here anyway, so I may as well go with the one that can give me a few extra items. And to get the storeroom out of the pool, I need 2 corridors or something that goes just straight. Also, this is kind of bad for my steps here, but, well, I wasn't exactly being cautious about that before anyways. Alright. We'll go and see what's in here. We'll do the den. I would like the commissary, but it's going to take footsteps. That's why I'm not doing it. Let's do room 2. Perfect. That actually allows me some progress. We'll do parlor here, try and preserve our energy. The gems are in the false box. The gems are in the false box. Only one of the other boxes is false. Well, it couldn't be anything but that. We got plenty of keys, so this isn't an issue. Kitchen would actually kill us here. Actually, we lost anyways. Come on. Whatever, what's in the closet? Nice. Alright. That's unfortunate. Let's go ahead and give as much money as we can here real quick. Give 3 coins to the chapel. No kidding, Hardy. Our character can only step into 50 rooms. Well, actually, we didn't even step into 50 rooms there at a time. One more. One more. Day 17. Okay. Am I moving a little bit quicker? Ooh. You know? I do feel like I'm actually moving quicker here. Has my character finally You know, I never noticed that. I was just slightly pressing the trigger. For the left trigger there. I probably should actually check controls. Okay, maybe that doesn't help as much. Oh, stroll. Okay. Well then. You know, that probably would have saved me time. Well then. A passageway here is actually good, but I think the pantry's the better option. Parlor here. That's what I figured would happen. And we've got 3 gems. I just wasted energy, I think. I was gonna go back and get my allowance, but I wanted to get out here and do this first. I just like... Yep, there we go. Okay. So we need items to trade there. Before you head in. That is so much better, actually. Holy crap. I can't believe I didn't know about the stroll. To be fair, the controls are so simple I didn't feel the need to look at the controls. You know. It's one of those things like, you can get through it without it. And, well, it's nice. You don't feel it's or like, since you don't have to look at the controls for anything else, not really necessary, right? Servants' quarters would probably be nice, but let's do the West Wing here. That opens up those. The commissary is really good. Lets me get a little bit extra, and storeroom's perfect here. Perfect time to find this. It's in a dead end, where I can just, you know, grab all the stuff. Alright, we want this. Oh, that is so much better. Okay, metal detector is actually really nice. At least I enjoyed it last time I got one. Go ahead and grab that. We have almost enough for the sledgehammer too. Okay, so let's see. The two other boxes are true. The two other boxes are blue. Well, I wonder which one's correct. Also, look at that. Oh, that even works for... Okay. Don't mind if I do. This has to be the one that's correct, right? Yep. And it's the odd one out if it's correct. Okay. We actually have to do... passageway for extra security. Do the dark room here. Could do a gem right here, but let's do the normal. Okay. So at least that gets the nook out of the way. We don't have to worry about that now. We'll just do... Actually, probably shouldn't do this, but... yeah, it works out. We get a passageway, so it's not, you know, a dead end. Lab works here. Oh, wait. You know, I still haven't seen what that would be useful for. Let's go ahead and start our new experiment. Let's see. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, that works. That'll help with refunding the gems, and it's easiest to manage. Even if I don't have a whole lot of gems right now. Okay, so the chapel would give us a way up. But we have 2 ways up already. Honestly, I think we go with the bedroom. Because it gives us a way up, and it gives us the footsteps back. So I feel like it's the better call there. I need footsteps, but I also need distance. Let's go ahead and spend it. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. Because that'll guarantee I can do more here. I don't see any spots where there could be hidden text. Yeah. But I'm also gonna, because of how the pads are set up, I'm gonna end up running out of steps if I didn't do that. At the very least, that's gonna make it to where I can generate just a bit more if I have to. Because, like, right here, we're gonna use the drawing room. Ensures a little bit of extra safety. Do the conference room here. Get that. I much prefer the chapel. Okay. Yeah, it's still there. You know, that's actually a fair point. The rooms are unique. That's kind of fair. Let's do this. But we're gonna actually, real quick, open this up so I know what it is. I mean, we get access to the next one anyway, so let's do this. That works. I've still got 2 gymnasiums in the pool of stuff we can put down. And we've still got the other side. Okay. Alright. You know? We got a reroll die. Okay. And we're in a new room. Jariana. Baron Edwin Sinclair. Count Isaac Gates. Nicholas Key here, the 4th. Baron Thomas Sinclair. Lord William Epson. Let's see. We will go with the library. Okay, so we've rented the drafting strategy. We've rented Swimbird. We've rented the Sightseer's Guide. Let's do the history here. We'll see if that matters. If our character can learn from history. There's nothing up here. that I can see. So let's head down. Books for sale. We haven't seen the bookshop. But I feel like if I do that, I'm gonna get screwed over. So let's do this. Chamber of Mirrors would actually kind of screw me over here. Let's do the aquarium. It gives me a few more options. Oh, come on. Ah. Whenever you enter, you lose 2 footsteps. We'll have to do that. We've still got a reroll. I can afford to put this right here. We'll leave that for just a moment. Okay, that requires a key card. That's locked, of course it is. And that's what I was kind of worried about. Luckily, we've got the hallway back here. But that's also locked, isn't it? Oh wait, yeah, the foyer. Billiard room. This can have keys in the puzzle here. Okay. So 16 minus 7. 9. 15. That would be 2. Okay, 6 minus 1 times 20. Okay, so that's actually... There we go. That works. Saved in the nick of time. By just a few keys, it's gonna suck. Yep. Yep. Rerolled. One major key, one minor key. Interesting. Well, we're locked out of it, but this will at least let us get to something new. Right? Or can I even make it back? Around here. Honestly, I probably should have gone up from here because I could take some straight lines up. To potentially get up there. Huh. Okay. Well, that's, you know, more stuff for later. Also, completely ignored this. Let's just see what we can get here. I may see something interesting. May see something different in the trading post. I'll check with the items we've got here. Wasn't my best floor plan, you know? but it wasn't entirely horrible. Actually, we can maybe get the code. Ooh. Not there. We're gonna have to get a bedroom, maybe? Out of the spare room? Or after the spare room here. Okay, let's do this. It gives us 2 rooms. Both are locked, of course. Let's see if we can get something here. Oh. Go for the parlor. Hope for a key. I don't think we are gonna get a key, though. Our 2 statements have identical wording. Well. There we go. Oh. No key, sadly. Unfortunate. That's my bad. One more. Just one more. Got close though. If I didn't if I'd had some way of going up more. Honestly, if I had gone up from the spot or the spare room there, I probably would have been able to make it. Looking at the path. So maybe I should have doubled back and done that. Because I would have seen the pool there. May have seen more options. Or at least something different. I was honestly kind of hoping for the power room. Because we had the magnifying glass and the dark room. Just seeing the power room would have probably been good there. Do the corridor. Do the hallway. And we'll do the spare room here. We have no gems yet, so I don't want to do the hovel outside just yet, just in case. Let's do a bedroom here. Okay, don't see anything. Perfect. A parlor. Gems are in a box that is actually blue. Blank. Gems are in a box with the word blue on it. Because that one's blank, it technically can't be false. Right? This can be true. Yes. Okay, good. Okay. If we take the commissary here, that does give us a way up. And a place to purchase items. I mean, it's technically not wrong, but it's technically not true at the same time, right? That was the logic there. Let's take the den. That's actually a good layout for it. What do we have in here? Salt shakers, compass, sledgehammer, and shovel. Shovel may be important. Yeah, it's between the other two. And my determining factor there was, uh, technically, if that that security room is actually perfect there. Technically, if it was the blue box, both of them would have been correct, and one of them has to be wrong. From what the some of the rules I've found earlier had said. So it kind of had to be the black box there. Coupon book? Well, that kind of helps. Saves me a bit of coin. I should be doing this. Change offline mode to unlocked. I'll leave the security level for now unless I find a box. Is it meant to be blue like that? Hmm. Alright, if it is, I just haven't noticed that before. I like this for the option of getting extra rooms. I like this for the fact we get the wine cellar. Let's go for the wine cellar. There we go. Okay. Gives me enough gems to be comfortable. Boiler room. That's pretty good. Alright. Wait a second. Think I need it on... What was it this? Yes. Let's go ahead and snap this on. Oh, wait. Is the boiler room permanently on? Yeah, I think we did at least. Seems like we did. Because obviously this was already set up here. Okay. So in that case, open this door. Needs... Alright. Do that. So what if we were to do this? I can go up. Yep. Good to know. So in that case, we should be doing this. Okay. There we are. Sure. We'll go to the courtyard. Hey, look, a free shovel. Okay, so that kind of invalidates our shop unless we see a trunk. Turnip's awesome. If I can find the power box, that's good there. So let's real quick check and see if we can do that. Let's just get up here. Also, I noticed, like, once you've completed that once, it's permanently powered up. Yeah, that's locked. Okay. We could. I've got the elevator over there, and it was the power from here is what we're using. Because let's see. Actually, does this? Oh, okay. I just didn't want the door to close again. There we go. Okay, as long as the door's not closing, that's fine. Alright. Let's see. Go down the hallway here. Yeah, we'll go down to the hallway and see if I can get a storage room down in this corner or the utility closet. I did want the storage room here because I need a key. So that's probably the best spot for that. Oh. Put the chapel here just in case. Let me go outside. We've got the gems and we're right here. Also, what's with the different music this time? That because we did the boiler? Again? We've done the tool shed before, so let's do this. We'll get the shelter again. Let's see. Time lock. Set date to unlock. We know it's November now. And it should be the 23rd or 4th. Um... Oh... Alright, hold on. Let's see. Before I leave here, let me link this up. Okay. Remote terminals. Let's see. View active terminals. What's the estate inventory? Nothing we haven't found. Okay. Yeah, that won't be open just yet. I was trying to think of what... I was trying to guess basically what the time would be. We've got enough steps here, I can do this real quick. So it's currently basically 9:50 almost. And it has to be an hour before. So if we were to set it for 11, 11 should work. If we were to sit there and wait for it. If I've got the date right. Okay. Okay, I knew he did have it set for 11 a.m. And it should be a.m. outside because, well, you know, we're not in the middle of the night. Okay, so that should be set up. I know I used a little bit of extra energy, not necessarily needed there. We'll go back to that in a moment and see if that's correct. I can't remember the exact date because it's been a little bit since we have been to one of the areas that have the date. We're currently on day 18. If it's the wrong date, I will say let me figure that one out. Simply because it's one I'll just have to remember and, you know, leave the puzzle as that. It is set for November 24th at 11 a.m. Don't mind if I do. All mine? Okay. Oh, well. You know? I wonder what day it is. I guess that helps. You know, confirm it. Right there. Perfect timing. As I get to raid the vault here. Let's see. Coal and... Oh, cart and car. Yeah, I wonder. Oh. Oh, didn't... Oh, we had gotten or I had seen something about a security deposit box before. And I don't remember what it was. And I think I forgot to write it down. Oh, that hurts. Let's see, was it? Maybe it was like, you know, them mentioning it, but I can't actually do it even. I don't know. I definitely don't have a key. We've got time to mess around before the deposit or the time lock safe goes off anyways. Doesn't look like there's anything I can do in here. At least we got a lot of cash. You know? Can't complain about that. We got 52 doubloons here, whatever the gold coin is. A pound. Whatever. Alright. It's just about to be there at the time lock. Let's see, how long has that taken roughly? It'll be done in just a second here. So, I'm gonna go down there. We're gonna wait. Just a moment. Hoping it actually unlocks. If not, I can always set it for, like, a slightly later time. But it'll be convenient. Since we're right here. And I'm going to get up and take a quick stretch break while we're waiting for this. So, we will be back in, honestly, about 30 seconds to a minute here. Because that's about how long it's going to take, I think. So, I'm not going to play an ad or anything. I'm just going to get up and stretch. But I'll be right back. And I'm just going to leave this here so, you know, if I walk by and, like, see this open, you know. But, one moment. Alright, moment of truth. Is it gonna open up? Hey, you. Oh. I would have assumed it would have opened by now. Hmm. Oh, thank you for the hydrate reminder, Nealon. Don't mind if I do. Hmm. Wait. Oh, there we go. Okay. Dear uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me and my father. And I will freely admit to you that the chilly errors of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to suspicions that I've harbored for these past years. Suspicions entirely aimed at yourself. And while I've never had the opportunity to prove it, I've felt very strongly that you had some deeper involvement in those events 4 years ago. The circulating rumors of those months did nothing but further reinforce my convictions in this fact. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I am aware of the cost my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standing of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, though I am now willing to admit that the conclusions I've reached may have been flawed. Last week, I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances. Conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless, fruitless inquiries over the years. Now I have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under the cover of night across the Red Border to the southern seafront. And I believe this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing. A date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the Ruby Crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist, as some has claimed, I believe this scenario entirely plausible. The fact that 2 of the Crown's 8 rubies now have surfaced has given me renewed optimism that she is still alive. Alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, for hope, for a narrative in which you are not the villain. In that distant land we all dream of, the land of where the strangling crimson curtains draped across our sky are pulled back, and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open. In that distant land, I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved. Sincerely, Courtney. Well, okay. What's that little holder there that I can't pick up? Also, that's one of the red notes that we were foretold to be finding. That's actually number 7. Interesting. And actually, wait, is that a gem holder right there? Was our uncle, responsible for a bit of grand larceny? Maybe that's how... maybe we come from a family of great thieves. That's how we have such a intricate, expansive, and, unusual manner. Alright. Well, we've gotten that. 6 more to find. A few more puzzles to solve. We are actually kind of low on energy. Luckily, I do have a key. And we don't have that far to reach the antechamber. Again. Um, it's not the only goal, obviously, but we should be able to reach it in time to try and see if maybe we've unlocked something new here. Just in case, gonna go ahead and just buy it all. There we go. If we see a kitchen, I'm grabbing it. That'll allow me a bit more energy. So we could check the boiler room here, but this is locked, right? Yes. So first and foremost, we should probably check this. Pantry works. We just salted a banana. Okay. Hold on. Um... What am I flowing? Or why is the power not flowing right? It should be flowing over here, I would think. Ah, okay. Didn't realize you needed the power nodes to actually properly connect for that too. That's unfortunate. Okay. Good to know. Alright. Let's do each time we bypass a security door. We'll set our dice to 2. Okay. Anything else here then? Because I can't really do much here. Okay. Yeah, I just didn't realize that. So that, I would have to go here and then, like, transfer it over, I guess. Unfortunate. Good to know for the future. We're so close. But so far. To, doing this here. That's locked. Let's see. Anything else I could do here? I don't think so, actually. I think because of our limited keys, we're SOL, but I can check and see. Password accepted, okay. Let's go ahead and use remote terminal access. I'm happy we at least got the shelter done now, too. That was one that was honestly bugging me. Yeah, we have no keys on the premises. Okay. So, we just don't have a way to progress any further. I'll take a quick look around, maybe see if I could dig something up. But I doubt it. Let me just double check. Yeah, so if we had anything but the courtyard here, this would work. Yep, that's locked. Well, it was a good attempt. Let me take a quick look in the wine cellar. Make sure there's not anything extra hidden. Oh, wait. Nothing. So close. So very close. That's a D there. As the letter. That looks like it can move. Alright. Well. That's probably the last of this we can do, but we've made a good amount of progress. Yeah, we also got to see the vault. Not something I've seen yet. So I enjoyed that. It does exist. It's just rather rare. I'm honestly kind of annoyed. We don't have a key card. We don't have a way to turn off the power, so I can't get past this. We were so close to doing the laboratory here. But, I mean, I'm happy with what we did. Let's just go ahead. We'll end the day here. Alright. And that is where I'm going to have to call it. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. We're going to raid out here. Let's see who we have online. It's been a while since I've raided to him. Let's go raid out to Winnie G. He's currently on Battle Brothers. Actually, you know, kind of want to watch some of that for a little bit. Hopefully you all will enjoy it as well. But yes, thank you all for joining. Thank you everyone who helped out with the puzzles and everything, and like the tips and that. And I hope you guys enjoyed. Tomorrow we may continue this, or I may do, just for a little bit something else. I'm not quite sure tomorrow. We'll be finishing this eventually. So don't think like I'm not gonna return to this if it's not here tomorrow. But I will catch you all later. Have a good night, everyone. Take it easy. And bye-bye.